That sounds wonderful. I'm super excited to play this game. I know a few people have wanted to see it. So, we gonna play on normal. I always play normal. Hey yo, Celestial, how's it going, buddy? Happy New Year. Hope your beginning of your week is off to a good start. I want to see this intro. Entirely possible. I am on Scimitar all the time. Happy Christmas, happy holidays. Whichever one you celebrate. Hope it was good. Generations ago, a global cataclysmic event scorched the world whole. I didn't read it. I tried to. But after the calamity. Mercenary Detail. Mercenary Agency Sicaro Corp. Squadron Hitman Team. Squadron Number 1. TAC name. Monarch.
Our contract with this backwater place is just about to come to an end. And, well, thank God. I don't mind a tropical vacation every once in a while, but it's not very glamorous, considering we're here to work. Anyway, one last thing before the defense minister releases our contract, and we move on to bigger and better. Hitman Team, you haven't gotten all that much airtime this deployment, so you're taking point with this operation.
We have confirmed the location of the Burlock Privateer headquarters off the coast on the southwestern edge of the Jesta Island chain. They're a mercenary group like us who unfortunately have turned to outright piracy. According to surveillance data, we have determined that they are the culprit of the recent high-profile hijacking of the Federation-registered cargo ship May Lynx. The May Lynx is supposedly carrying volatile cargo belonging to the Federation's Department of Global Energy and Sustainability Office. Nothing specific from the Federation contact about the cargo. However, our orders are to retrieve it if possible, or to neutralize it if we can't. Attempts to negotiate for it have turned up with nothing, so we're going in. Hitman Team, you are to approach the island from the south along with support and establish control over the area. Your objective is to eliminate any surrounding anti-air and resistance on the island. After that, secure an LZ for our operator group Ronin to ascertain the cargo. Once Ronin lands, maintain air superiority until the next stage of the operation is determined. Be aware that the Burlocks have other Merc pilots on tap, so enemy reinforcements could be a factor.
Normally, we'd stay out of contact with any Federation-adjacent taskings. But this is the last thing we need to do for our current contract, so I'll let it slide. 2 birds with 1 stone. Easy enough, right? Now get to work. Dismissed.
Alright, yes, I was listening to that. As Rage said, I have worked on a whole lot of different things. Nothing you had ever heard of. But many projects. I've also done stuff like, I did a twin-stick shooter, proof of concept on my own, where things just drop in and spawn, and you run around and shoot them until you die. That was in Unreal Engine. Is your wood game fired by John Rhys Davies' scene in Ripper? No. No, it's not. That's not actually what it's inspired by. It is inspired by where I live. I have not played Torn City. I'm not a huge text RPG fan. Making them more fun than playing them, because making it means you get to be creative and make a game. Playing games, I like buttons to press. Typically. And yeah, so all of the random scenes I have where I'm put in for my intro scenes, they're all scenes from around where I live. It's all from BC. We should actually get Tabletop Simulator or something akin and program in the board game we made and do some playtesting on it so we can go over playtesting with people. Show people how to do playtesting. Because it's not just playing a game. There's a lot of analysis you gotta do during it. Could be fun. Alright. The T-21. It's basically a rocket with a cockpit. That's terrifying. Or the TF-4, which looks substantially more interesting. More responsive, better roll rate, less turn rate, a little less acceleration. More responsive though. A rock pit. Sure, we can go with that. What do you guys think? You want me to fly the rocket with a cockpit or this fancy ass black one? They don't seem to be too different. I could probably fly either one. We'll be just fine. Opinions? Playing games with people? That is a concept, isn't it? The fancy one? The black one, then. Oh, we got hard points. Okay. UBGL. Nothing for special weapon? Empty hard point or an unguided bomb. Drop tank. I selected nothing? It didn't give me an option. Looks like UBGL is all I have. UGBL. Yeah, but that's the unguided bomb, and I already have that on. Miscellaneous is empty. Nothing anti-air. I guess I have normal rockets, though, still. We should be fine. We should be fine. Just understanding my UI here. Subject Hitman Monarch. Jesta Island Chain. Fly some planes. No, there was no option that I could put in there. It's not that I told it to be empty. There was no other windows. There's literally no other options here. That's it. There's no SP weapon 2. SP weapon 2. Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha. Oh well. I agree that could use some UX love, but we'll get used to it. A little confusing. Let's just fly some planes.
This is the ever-lovely Airborne Warning and Control Systems Aircraft Galaxy. Hitman team, get on the clock.
Hitman 3, comic punching in.
Hitman 2, copy you clear, Galaxy. You gonna let us loose? Just about, Diplomat. Hitman 1, take your flight on this vector till you start to see targets on the IFF. You are free to engage.
This game has a WSO voice if you're flying two-seater. No checkpoints, yeah, that's the thing that's gonna happen.
Monarch's gone off radar.
Okay, apparently I was too low. Ooh, killing myself. Literally. Yeah, a little close to the water. That's okay.
This is the ever-lovely Airborne Warning and Control Systems aircraft Galaxy. Hitman team, get on the clock.
Hitman 3, comic punching in.
Hitman 2, copy
Oops.
you clear, Galaxy. You gotta let us loose. Just about to
Okay, that's radar, square,
Until you start to see targets on the IFF. You are free to engage.
circles missile.
Hey, Monarch, how about we launch this mission? I wouldn't mind staying.
Yeah, we found missile button. Actually, the first time we accidentally hit missile button. Spacebar on the keyboard. I should probably move that away.
All guns engaged. Rack them up and knock them down. Get into speed boost rolling.
Triangle is target. Have a good sleep, Saxo. Nice of you to stop by. I wanted to hit R2. For accelerate, but it's R1. R2 is turn.
Monarch was a shot.
Me too.
Missile away. Monarch, you've got a good block.
Good tone.
Missile away, missile away. Force two. Enemies on my scope.
I've got a good tone.
Monarch was a shot.
All right. AA. Got him. Got him. Nice sunset indeed. This game's done on Unreal 5, and it is purty because of it. Got him.
Right between their eyes.
Got him. Yeah, this was UE5. I have unlimited flares. Well, that's super handy. Later.
Nice kill.
What's flare? To bomb the boat. Unguided boat bombing time. I like the timer. Boat's actually moving though. Enjoy, boat. Aw. Boat didn't enjoy.
Due north. Flashing mercenary IFS. Green light to engage.
You might say that boat is the bomb.
Copy all. Drop the rope and get it.
That happened to a buddy of mine in World of Warcraft. There's back in vanilla, in Molten Core, there was an enemy who would put a bomb debuff on people. So everyone runs an add-on that whispers the person, "You are the bomb," when you get the bomb, so you're aware of it. However, it was his first ever raid with my group that I ran. So what happened to him is he got a whole bunch of people whispering him, "You are the bomb," and he thought, "Hey, I'm doing great!" Which caused him to sit in the middle of the group thinking, "I'm doing awesome!" and then explode and wipe the raid. It was a real good first impression.
Right where I want you.
I kept him around, thankfully. Get out of here. Come up the butt of this FE4. Watch out for that guy looping toward me. I didn't play TBC. R3 has changed that. Machine guns are more lenient, hitbox is much bigger, Okay. I still haven't found my flare button. Hey, board, welcome.
Monarch opening fire.
Oh, L3 is flare, okay. Looping around. Now.
Fox 2!
Enjoy! The Obsidian can work out a remaster of Alpha Protocol so it can get back on PC. That's not going to happen. They don't even own the music rights anymore.
Galaxy, we've got eyes on target. Looks like some sort of chromium containment chamber. Reading says it's unstable. That bodes well. Copy, Ronan. How much is present? Enough to keep an airship powered for the year, according to our sensors. It's not anything we can carry out of here. Right, one moment. Putting the contact on the line.
That is more work than I think they're willing to do.
Everything you've witnessed is confidential by the Federation decree. Destroy it. Copy that. Ronan, exfiltrate. You heard that, Monarch? Highlighting a new target on your IFF. Blow it when they're out. Galaxy. You're clear, my man.
Well, that was way out. Air brake. Hard turn. Line it up. Enjoy. Oh, I have none left. How did that not hit it?
Objectives complete, Hitman. RTB at your leisure.
Oh my, that was a good boom.
Weather's still alright. We've still got sunshine by the time we RTB.
Just drop out and become a surfer or something, you bum.
Oh yeah, me, you, and Flight Lead here just running a little beach ball in a gentrified resort built from our blood money. Sound good, Monarch? Hold that thought. We've got inbound from due north. Same bearing as before. Plato's approaching the flight to your direct south. Flash-eyed and...
Before the first that
Easy. Flashing IFF. We're just the hell.
even more orange.
The looks of it. Went to the Burlock posse. You hired by those mercs in the fort, bud? Past tense now.
Master Goose.
We go there be for you. It's your business. I'm sure you guys understand. Put me on, Galaxy. This is Assassin 1, call sign Kaiser. I'm the leader of the Sicario mercenary corps. We do understand your situation. Sorry about losing your revenue stream, gentlemen. But you know how this business goes. Don't sweat it. We're about to break off and go west anyway. Towards Cascadia.
Cascadia.
Yeah, haven't you heard? Civil war against the Federation. Some rogue Cascadia bastards been iron bombing, covering up contracts and information all day. Yeah, rebels need bugs, I need a job. Master Goose 1, out.
Estes.
That's a team name that sounds fun to have. Right, boss? Boss? Civil war in Cascadia? Interesting.
Pacific Northwest U.S. plus
Money
Canada.
came through from this contract, and our opportunities in this region have just about dried up. If no one objects, and your contract with Sicario is still in effect, pack your bags. I looked a little into the Cascadian situation, and I believe we'll make a little something of ourselves there.
Alright. Let's go fight in Cascadia. Flying over my home.
Sicario is moving west, ladies and gents. Information coming out of country has been spotty, but, well, let's just say there's a demand for people of our pedigree. The Federation's been eyeing a takeover of Cascadia's resources for years, as far as I remember. And it seems the Cascadians weren't going to take it lying down, based on what info has been leaked out. For those of you who don't know, Cascadia is a nation along North America's western seaboard, one of the largest on Earth, and one of the most prosperous due to its abundant natural resources and geothermal energy deposits.
That's true.
I've never been, but I hear it's beautiful.
It is.
A country with limitless energy at its fingertips. I know some of us who were born out here in the periphery can't even imagine it, but I'm sure this hits closer to home for some of you. Moving along. There's a communications blackout both in and out of the country. And as far as the international news goes, nothing is going on except a few riots. Based on the mercenary networks, however, that is a complete lie. A full-blown conflict is proceeding. We've reached out and were given a rendezvous by a Cascadian group called the Independence Force, the main anti-Federation group recognized by the national government. I presume the Federation has the borders on lockdown to stop people like us from coming in, so stay on our toes. If we get found out by a patrol, we'll send one of our flights off to take care of them.
Sicario is moving northwest towards a rendezvous point set by Cascadia's Independence Force. We don't expect any heavy resistance given our route of ingress, however, each of our fighter groups will be pulling shifts to preserve fuel and ammo. Hitman Team, you will be responsible for the last leg of the journey, which will take us over into Cascadia proper. Be prepared to intercept border patrols.
I know some of you might not be too enthused to be fighting the Federation, so I invite you to leave with what you have of your contract. You'd only slow us down.
Yeah, get out of here, eh? Leave the Cascadia to us, eh? That's where the forest picture that I had is from. Pacific Northwest. Oh, I see. These ones actually have weapons. Go for the better acceleration or the better roll rate? I guess the better roll rate also has a lot better choice of weapons. Yeah. And it's cheaper. Yeah, we'll go with that. Do we sell these? We cannot sell those. We can sell this when we're done with it. Unguided bomb small triple volley, unguided bomb large. Heavy gun pod. Can you get an A-10 to go burr burr? I believe you probably can. Multi-lock anti-air missiles. Semi-active anti-air missiles. High damage, high tracking capability. Target must remain painted by pilot for usage. No A-10 in this, but the Harrier is. Excellent. I love me some VTOL. What's the range on these? The SAAs are pretty long range to have to remain painted. I understand. You're starting just choosing the weapons when you go. Okay. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. High impact standard missile. Okay. Standard missiles packed with extra explosive charge, slow travel speed, and slower reload rate. Sounds good for boats. Larger structures like that. Because I still get the standard missile, right? You always get standard missiles. High explosive gun pod. Does the high explosive gun pod just adjust my my machine gun, or is it actually like a gun turret? Secondary gun turret. Do I need to control it? Big agree on the it being impressive for a two-man team. So I've got MLAAs. We'll go with SAAs as well. Play with them both. If I get something fast, I can get some range and use my SAAs. Hey, Karthik, welcome.
All Sicario elements maintain bearing. We have interceptors coming up the rear. Hitman and A will gun some planes. Vector to intercept before they get close.
Hitman 1, take point. We'll play backup.
This is Hitman 2. Weapon safeties are off. Let's see how much Federation planes pay out.
Is our targeting system outdated to model the Federation signatures?
I've had them programmed long before we thought about coming this way. Hitman team, we're clear to engage. Alright, Monarch. I don't want to be the first to commit high treason, so on you. As of yesterday,
Do I have like a hard turn command like I had in the other one? What do I want?
looks like it's true. The Federation is weapons free in Cascadia. If we crossed into other Federation states illegally, they didn't dare open fire on us like this. We were expecting freelancers and smugglers, not an actual fighting group. What gives? We're sending an inquiry up to wire. Stand by.
You just have brake to turn. There's no high G turn like AC. Okay.
Enemy locking on! Break!
I've got a lock.
Something's incoming! I can't see it!
He's shooting.
Pull the trigger! Good zone!
Get him! Up, up. Close some gap. He's turning towards. Coming right at me.
Hi!
Turning away. Wait, now.
Missile is on the way. Take care of this one. Incoming movies. Moving to engage.
That'll get him. You down! You down! Hey, Snow, welcome! Yeah, more airplanes. Spies didn't play nice, so we fly in planes instead. And now. Oh, no. Too much up.
Fox 2, Fox 2.
Oh! Gonna straighten out now? Now? There you go. There you go, enjoy. Oh, nice moves, buddy. Thought I had you for sure there. Three more? I don't even know my damage. Where's my damage? See ya. Find it kind of useless because the enemy's smart enough to loop around to avoid it. Loop around to avoid what? Sorry. The SAA targeting. I managed to get some damage in with it. Took out a couple ships early on, but I mean, a standard would have worked just as well. Maybe on higher difficulties? I do like the MLAA though. Even if they're not the best tracking. Gotta stop hitting the change camera button when I go for flares. Woohoo! Pretty!
I can't see it.
Oh, got him. What are you?
We've got a lock.
You are a bomber.
We've got a lock.
Rip. You fill your planes with tons of MLAA for fire and forget. They're a little slow in the tracking though, as it said, but that's okay. This has some good range to it, right? So you get them far enough away, they're not going to be able to roll out of your vision. You're just going to track it. Eat it! Get gunned! Rip you too! Didn't expect that. He didn't expect it! Gootex? Gootex! Yeah! Okay! I'm not just insane!
Federation airship tagged and marked. Inman team, this one's all yours. An airship doing intercepts. What the hell is the Federation so afraid of?
Logical deduction says it's us. Now buck up. We're taking this thing down.
Inman 1 locked on.
Fire? There we go.
Pull the trigger.
Missile all the way.
Get some distance. Take out this guy instead. Ouch! Piss off. It was you, wasn't it? Take that!
Missiles working on it. You got fire spreading. Enemy Monarch, good luck. Monarch, you've got a good lock. Nice kill.
Alright, that's all of them!
Nice shooting, Monarch.
You like excitement emotes? I like excitement emotes too.
Guess we're in it now. Hey, Mick.
I just like excitement, period.
The Federation is doing in Cascadia.
Why the hell do you think I know? Hey, we've got contact.
How was your hump day, Penguin?
Unidentified aircraft.
How you doing today, Snow?
We return home.
Excitement is pretty dope. Agreed.
Confirmed. Welcome to Cascadia, Sicario. Follow us. We have a temporary landing strip set up for you mercenaries.
So this game just starts out kind of awesome. It's kind of great. To land, make sure your airspeed is just slightly above stall speed.
For touchdown.
Now, the bigger plane, you mean? Yeah, I was a fan too. We landed it. Mission complete. Didn't even have to use any Kerbal tricks to land.
Thanks to your efforts, Sicario was able to rendezvous with our contact and refuel for the mission ahead. You'll be heading back out within the hour, so stay on your toes, or else your time in Cascadia will be short-lived.
I don't think you have to worry about that. Cascadia will fear me. Hey, I land safely in Kerbal.
I'm Captain
Mostly.
Prince, otherwise known as Stardust.
Usually.
From now on, I'll be your point of contact with the Cascadian Independence Force. I was a National Guard pilot when it all went down, and now I'm working with you. We're pressed for time, so listen up. Cascadia's prosperity, our natural bounty, has always gone to support the world. For the last few decades, we have done this by our partnership with the Pacific Federation, providing aid and infrastructure to the less fortunate internationally. The Federation, however, in recent years has used the resources we provided to forcefully expand by conquest and military strength. We could not let our cordium or geothermal deposits fuel this war machine. Cascadia as a nation sought independence from the Federation outright, in order to prevent the Federation from imperially expanding further. Unfortunately, they turned against us. They have seen fit to unify and federalize Cascadian infrastructure as a whole. When we resisted, they turned the country inside out. We refuse to let that stand. So, here's the plan for you mercenaries right now.
In northern Cascadia, Rosedower AFB was a joint base used by both the Cascadian National Guard and the Federation. When hostilities took off, however, the Federation seized the base from the National Guard. Your objective today is to take back the base into our hands. Hitman Team will lead aerial operations, wiping out any anti-air defenses. Circus, our transport aircraft carrying Sicario's airborne troop element, will then vector in and drop onto the base to secure it.
Take care not to damage the facilities too much during the attack. Sicario and other mercenary elements will be using this base afterwards. I'm sure you want to operate from an actual base anyway, as opposed to some dirt strip. So let's get rolling.
Okay, I see a bunch of cruisers. So I'm thinking the heavier missiles would be good for them. The ones that don't heat seek very well but pack a big punch. A good punch! Nothing new? Oh yeah, these are new. No, the MG21 is what I had before. The SV37 is new. Faster response rating, faster max speed, better acceleration. Doesn't handle as well though. Neat thing about mission briefings, they tell you how much air or ground units there are gonna be, and they don't lie. What? You mean we can actually rely on them? Weapon 1. Yeah, see, I understand this interface now. Hey, Cuddles! Here you go. Just for you. Just for you, Cuddles. Ooh, anti-ship missiles. High damage missile able to pierce through airship and ship defenses. Yeah, I like that idea. Because I got some boats to deal with. We're going to go with the MLAAs. That's fine. Flares. Yeah, we can take everything out with this. See, I know what the public wants, Cuddles. I make sure to give them what they want. It's the beard tugs. Oh yeah. Beard tugs and planes. That's what people want. All hail the beard tugs! And planes.
Rose Tower AFB on the nose. Wingman, you're already warmed up, so you're back on point. Soften the place up, but try to keep the good stuff standing. Hitman team, engage.
Alright. Hitman team engaging.
Approaching Rose Tower. We got incoming. From the south? Can't have to fix it.
The Hitman's not doing so bad today. For being the rest of the winter.
Monarch never disappoints.
What's my lock-on range? 5K?
All airborne. Prepare for a hot drop.
I like that it let me use kilometers and meters. 2,500 meters.
Take him down. Monarch missile away. Taking a contract here of all places. Know what they say about all railroads, right, Mick?
Not now, Dad. Not now.
Gun go brrr. What's the tail thing, huh? PT goat? Not the goat! Bye, cruiser! I got just the thing for you! Enjoy! Oh, yes! That's how it goes.
Monarch ready to fire. Monarch missile away. Hitman 1 within gun range. Hitman 1 locked on.
Oh, you think so, do ya? Tall! Oh, tall thing. I have no idea. Ow!
Missile away, missile
Oh my!
I'm not in this for the money, remember? I'm
Is Rufus with Lordy? I don't know who Rufus is.
Binding contracts. So please, just don't get us killed, boss.
That's up to you. We don't have the firepower to take them on. That's it. Now we gotta switch this. All you guys. Hitman 1 confirmed. Spam rams
Enjoy! Oh wow, that was super generous on that hitbox. You are correct, sir. That is generous.
Monarch missile away. Ground target destroyed.
Rufus has been purged. And now I'm really confused. Anyway, apparently Rufus has been purged. By Rufus be purged!
Monarch ready to fire.
No idea what I'm saying. Oh, that's the, Oh, no, it's not.
Monarch, you're locked on. Ground target destroyed.
I got one on my butt.
Fire.
This one's coming at me. It's about to die. Now. There we go. Slow down. Oh, they pulled off my butt. They didn't want anything to do with me. Double! Double!
Fox 2, Fox 2. You're on the money.
Gun, real good. Real good.
Stacked up.
Oh yeah, shot that one up there too, huh? Get him? No, missed. Missed. That's not gonna hit him either. That'll get him.
Monarch, good luck.
Let him get some range and shoot him down. MLAs for the range. Catch up on that FC-15.
Fox 2. Nice kill. Oh god. Monarch, you've got a good lock.
Sure do.
3. Take damage. Got hostiles moving to engage.
There's something there. There we go.
Knocked out.
Is there anything left? There's nothing left! There they are. There's more.
Crosstalk Squadron, commencing intercept. Let's get these dogs off our lawns.
Emerging to engage. Show me a fight.
Ah!
We have mercs crossing the border. They're supposed to be that wall deck.
Okay, we can. Oh, I see. There's my health stability. 51. Okay. And Crosstalk Squadron, you can see their healths along the bottom. Like a predator, I spotted one on the outskirts by himself. Went for that one. Pick on the weak. And another one. Let him come around. Oh, he's gone that way. Get him.
Stacked up.
One left. None left! I am the air superiority! Myself.
What can we say, Stardust? You get what you pay for. You think I could ask our rifleman to reserve a nice hangar space for us? You know, in exchange for our good work up here.
There was no such thing as nice this far north. You should know that.
Game real good.
Guys like you did. Not like this. Airstrip is secured. Outside of the air defenses, there wasn't much else in terms of resistance. We're patting down prisoners and electronics, but you're good, boss. Excellent work today, Hitman. You get first pick for hangar and bunks. Hitman team, begin landing sequence. You lucky bastards. Roast hour is ours. Don't make Cascadia regret hiring you all.
Is that supposed to be ice in the water? I'm not sure. I got some nice rendering on the trees, though. Always nice to see how much work. It's soap. Gotcha.
Good hunting today, Monarch? I bet. Come on in.
Yeah, I think it is supposed to be snow and ice. Unless you're just saying I'm soapy. Can't argue that. The water's soapy, just like me.
It's rough around the edges, but as far as forward operating bases go, this isn't the worst we've been at. The base didn't sustain too much damage, and there's room enough for everyone, even the other freelance mercs.
The Independence Force of Cascadia is now the collection of true Cascadian sovereignty, and when the time comes, we'll see Cascadia rise to its own liberty without the Federation. I've been instructed by the remnants of our national government to be your liaison for the duration of your contract with us, of which we've sent to Kaiser for you to sign later. To be truthful, I don't agree with your way of life, but you've come to Cascadia to aid us, and for that, I can't complain. We'll pay you what you're due, as long as you give us your best. Get settled in. We need you up in the air soon.
One last thing, everyone. We're going by our TAC names for the duration of this contract. I'm pretty sure my name is public domain in regards to Sicario. However, we've gone to great lengths to keep yours hidden. If you break it, it's on your ass. You know how bounty hunters are if they have a name. Dismissed.
Wow, my allies killed a lot. Allies aren't useless in this. That's nice. I enjoy allies not being useless. Yeah,
Listen
decent
up.
AI.
We're about to get started. A lot of mercenaries from around the world have made their way into the country, as I'm sure you've seen. However, Sicario is currently one of the only groups that can throw around enough fighters to aid in the air war. Cascadia's National Guard was quickly scattered and taken out by Federation military forces when we originally tried to force them out of Cascadia. They came without mercy, eliminating more than 30% of our active forces. These last few weeks have been disastrous, and we're on the verge of capitulating into a full-blown guerrilla war. We'd like to avoid this, and because of that, Sicario will be deployed immediately to several of our units currently in need of support.
Hitman team, you will be deployed to an agricultural area to the south. One of the Independence Force's surviving battalions has been driven there by a Federation offensive. Presently, a collection of Allied officers preside over a rather notable amount of manpower. The Federation is currently engaged using air and ground units, so a multifaceted loadout is suggested. You might catch the Federation off guard, however, anticipate retaliation in short order. Launch
Like a fair
and
bit of
lift the
ground.
siege. If that battalion falls, our forces won't have enough manpower or command to organize again.
Thank you, Karthik. I will continue to kill. Ooh, new aircrafts. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a bomber. Almost looks like. A lot of hard points on it. Fast, accelerates hard. Not as responsive. I did enjoy this thing. Thinking I'm gonna stick with my FE4 for now. This thing's fast, it just doesn't respond well. Good balance. You don't get a full refund on planes sold. Good to know. MLAA, UBGS, yeah. And more MLAA, I guess. Haven't really needed the long-range SAAs. They're great if bombers or anything come in like that. We'll keep playing with them. Watching our speed on the left there. 100. 200. Pull up. And shoot things. I also love the incredibly quick load times. Go NVMe.
Right as far as the eye can see. Hey, Deb, you were the privileged kid. This place put out anything good?
It's been over 10 years, Mick, since we've been in Cascadia. I'd have no idea.
This really does look like home right here.
Patching through the Independence Force comm frequency. Things are getting busy. You're free to engage any Federation signatures starting now.
Weapons and radar all operational, Monarch. Think we can afford to share a bottle of red at the end of the day?
This is General Elizabeth of the Independence Force. Anyone on this net, we need immediate fire support.
This is Hitman Team. Detachment from the Sakana Mercenary Force receiving you. Hang tight. Removing units fagged.
Really? Mercenaries? Fine. Hitman, we're designating targets of opportunity. Wildboar actual out. By the dust mother. Not exactly the reinforcements we asked for. Alcon, be advised. We have allied air support overhead. Lays targets as necessary for Cass. We have to be mercenaries. You complaining? We're about to be overrun. Those red junkies. How can we trust them? Cascadian hospitality, everyone. By the dust, I missed it.
Never forgot the local religion, huh? Dust mother.
There's this countrywide interference present. I can't really track anything outside of the immediate AO. Does anyone know what's up with that? That'd be a surge. Monarch's gone off the
Take that! Aww. Got your PCIe 4 drive today. Excellent. Yes, fast storage is always nice. I've got 2 terabytes just for games.
I can see. Hey, Deb, you were the privileged kid. This place put out anything good?
It's been over 10 years, Mick, since we've been in Cascadia. I'd have no idea. Galaxy to Hitman Team. I'm patching you through the Independence Force comm frequency. Things are getting busy. You're free to engage any Federation signatures starting now.
Weapons and radar all operational, Monarch. Think we can afford to share a bottle of red at the end of the day?
This is General Elizabeth of the Independence Force. Anyone on this net, we need immediate fire support.
This is Hitman Team. Detachment from the Sakana Mercenary Force receiving you. Hang tight. Removing units fagged.
Really? Mercenaries? Fine. Hitman, we're designating targets of opportunity. Wildboar actually out. By the dust mother. Not exactly the reinforcements we asked for. Alcon, be advised. We have allied air support overhead. Lays targets as necessary for Cass. We have to be mercenaries. You complaining? We're about to be overrun. Those red junkies. How can we trust them? Cascadian hospitality, everyone. By the dust, I missed it.
Never forgot the local religion, huh? Dust mother.
There's this countrywide interference present. I can't really track anything outside of the immediate AO. Does anyone know what's up with that? That'd be a salon.
Yay, I didn't hit it this time!
Desert down south. It's damn hard to keep any front stable without comms, I'll tell you that much. Last mag, Kelly, Sergeant Uni, take the rest of the men and fall back toward the storehouses. That's an order. Missile away, missile away. Fire
What do we have here, huh?
Now that he's being saved by mercs.
This one. Yeah, thank you.
You're keeping a pretty good kill base today, comic. You gunning for Monarch's spot? You know how she is. Damned overachiever.
Hey, you got him.
Monarch, pop countermeasures in the vein.
We've got hostiles. Jameson, bring up the SAMs. Our Air Force is doing the check.
HQ, we're Winchester on anti-armor. Need assistance ASAP. Man, we need those tanks dealt with.
Ah, they got him for me. Okay. UGBMs.
Monarch, good rock. Missile shot off.
Take out the Sams. 'Cause screw Sam. Nobody likes Sam.
Ground target destroyed.
Aircraft damage? Something did 2 damage to me. I don't know if I can accept that. You ran into a bird. Rip.
Radar lock, take him down. Hitman 1 locked on.
Pull the trigger.
Ground target destroyed.
Round target destroyed. Nothing? Enjoy, tank. In a bunker. Oh, geez, tank didn't die? Okay. I'll be back for you. Aw, they got it. What next? Oh my, okay.
All armored targets.
Everything is next.
The rebel troops are within.
MLAs.
Good kill.
Got them both.
Now Lieutenant Steele can move his troops with those Federation positions eliminated. Those mercenaries might...
1, 2.
Okay, that's a vote of confidence for the mercs. Push the counteroffensive. Wild boar action to all elements. Push the fence out of this damn valley. Any unit not predisposed, I want you to push these coordinates and establish a perimeter.
Fall back. We'll regroup and reevaluate our tactics.
Alright, this is Regional HQ. We have a strategy if the rebels want to play rough.
Those are helicopters. We get some AA. We can go to UGBMs.
This is Silverback 1. We are Tiger for new tasking. Redirecting for area saturation at phase line yellow. This is XU. We're coasting in. All hands, battle stations.
Couple AAs. Accelerate out of there. Chaff the missile. Nice hard turn. Uh-oh. Where am I? Okay. Hit, not destroyed, huh?
Hard lock, let it fly.
There we go.
Missile lock. Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you.
That's okay. Oh, the artillery got out of it. That sucks.
Tracking.
Ground target destroyed. Monarch opening fire.
Took another endpoint of damage.
Good tone.
Missile on the way.
You die.
Fox 2.
Yeah, you die. Got them both.
Go.
That was mine? Okay. These SV-37s. What do we got? We got a bunch of ground over here.
Launch missile.
All lined up. I've got a good tone.
Not very good at aiming those bombs yet, am I? Okay. Come on, lock on. Thank you. Get some UGBMs, gain some air.
Monarch ordnance away. Ground target destroyed.
They're on us, Monarch. Break.
Jake. Monarch missile away.
Rip you. Okay, we're gonna take out this tank, we're gonna come around for this big cluster afterwards, drop some bombs, and then use the STDMs.
It's all lined up.
UGBMs, nice hard turn. Gain some air.
Ground asset destroyed.
That did some damage. We need weather missiles. What, like shooting lightning? Lightning missiles?
Monarch bombs away.
The bomb hit!
Radar lock, take him down.
Bomb did not hit. Missile did, though.
Sicario AWACS Galaxy to all Independence Force.
An H2O missile and a mist missile.
Federation is disengaging or no factor.
I like the lightning missile idea. Give me lightning missiles. Give me call sign Zeus and I'll just run around zapping people with lightning.
To convince me. Did any of our forces get a positive ident on that aircraft that broke our line? Affirmative. A crowd. Mercenaries.
That's right, mercenaries.
Hard copy.
Here you go.
Issuing theater-wide
Have some bombs, civilian buildings.
by the rebels. Wingman team RTB. We're reporting similar successes up and down Cascadia. If Monarch keeps racking up kills like that, we're gonna need a bigger offshore count. Us versus the Federation. Yep, that's what we're doing now. No big deal.
I did play Raiden Gradius. Not a lot, and a long time ago. I'm not a shmup fan.
Well, Monarch's Monarch, and that's besides the point. We're home. Been about a decade, but we're back. Fighting the goddamn New World Order.
Though I played those because they're special shmups. I played all the special games. You gotta play the best of a genre to know if you like the genre, right?
Good job, Hitman Team. General Elizabeth reports your tactical support pretty much saved his men, and a respectable amount of firepower for the Independence Force. Combined with deployments by the rest of Sicario and other mercenaries, we've been brought back from the brink and have stabilized our territory. Being
Gradius
able to
5 on
maintain
PS2, then do it.
Military formation and territory means we'll be able to wage this war the right way. Stand by for further taskings and get some rest.
All the games I play are requested by people. Yeah, I'm not sure which Gradius I played. It would have been like 1 and 2.
In truth, we didn't think we'd need you mercenaries at all. But, unfortunately, what we hoped was going to be a relatively bloodless eviction of the Federation from our homeland has become an impossibility.
Presidia, Cascadia's capital, is falling. This afternoon, the first fully fledged Federation military units have come in from out of country to reinforce their garrisons here. Among them, a massive Federation naval fleet has secured a foothold in the capital. Independence Force Command planned this rebellion to have been timely enough to seize, hold, and place defensive positions in key territories within the country before their reinforcements came. Unfortunately, with the new wave of Federation reinforcements, Presidia's main urban centers have been lost, and we can't afford to lose any more manpower at the moment. A tactical retreat has been declared. Sicario, you, alongside other allied forces, will cover an immediate evacuation of our troops still holding out on the ground. By land, by air, and by sea, we are extracting from Presidia. Protect the evacuation moving out of the AO by raising hell and taking out any Federation units that are pressing on them. If we lose any more men, we might not be able to continue fighting against the Federation.
Presidia is where the fighting started in Cascadia. However, we refuse to have it be where it ends. Not like this. Hitman Team, we expect much of you in this coming time.
See a couple boats, a few AAs, mostly air. Fast, MLA, it's basically an all anti-airplane. Very responsive. Bomber, yeah, that's CSK. Sort of a mixed plane. It's the fast one that's not very responsive. Got the FC-16 now. Basically like my SV-37. Gonna stick with my FE. I've been enjoying this plane. It gets the job done. MLAAs. This is not the one I had before. What do I want? I want the one that had... ASMs. Anti-ship missiles. And MLAAs. Oh, multi-lock anti-ground. Handy. I'll remember those. What did I go with first one? ASM, so I want MLAAs. I can deal with anything else on the ground with standard rockets. That'll handle. Should handle this mission just fine.
Presidia Armadale, Sicario. Seems like the tactical retreat is in full swing.
I never used to how big this entire city was. It must be a nightmare down there.
I could have lived my entire life within those city limits. Give you the sky any day. This is the evacuation defense units to any...
There's some real tall things there.
We have heavy attacks along our evacuation routes and are in need of immediate assistance.
That's our number, Sicario. Let's get to business. Hitman team, Sicario is spread out over the AO, so you're our busybodies. I'm highlighting more distress calls, so make them ASAP. Rebel HQ advises that we do not pass into the port section of the city. The Federation has a battle group port there. I'm getting requests for air support all up and down the port. Hitman, I'm pinging the first for you now. Get there before the evacuation line gets cut. You sure you got all IFF 100% clear? I don't always cash on collateral. You do your job and I'll do mine, Hitman 2.
So they were going to give me a place to go, but they didn't.
Once we have the company solved, communications will open up for all of us. Reach out to you need to. Might be the last goodbyes around here.
I don't notice if they actually gave me a target.
Monarch, good luck. This is General Elizabeth. I'll be conducting the tactical retreat. All actuals report to my call sign.
Turning. He turning. Wait for him to turn. Wait. Wait. Now. Bye-bye.
Stacked up. Positive tone. Ground target destroyed. Search and destroy.
I like the way they've done this city.
Think about returning. Wilson, the OLD. We have reports of partisans among fighting forces.
Damn, he down.
Confirmed. We have a lot of mercenary IFFs in the air. Some registered, some not. Nice to know our controller is doing good work.
I can't believe it ran like that. This is Surfside Radio. What's the deal with these mercs? They're better than expected.
We're investigating now. Remain on station. Missile is on the way. Civilians should be evacuated from the sector. Anyone out here should have no business being around.
You ain't dodging those. No, you're not.
Missile away!
And through the buildings.
Ladies and gents.
Okay, what do we got left? Couple airs.
Better make my place in it.
Spam rams out. Hold on back a few more.
Turning right into it. Yep.
Killer Elizabeth. Kill aggressively while we still have the air superiority. We're using this time to sabotage roads and waterways out of the city. Evacuation operations are going well. Keep your job, flyboy. I'll do mine. Just a recommendation, General. Evacuate. Evaded ship. On my six. Those damn militiamen are complicating the battle space. Someone get a read on who they are.
Got one left. Way out there. Almost wish I have SAAs for this. Wouldn't have to go so far.
What should I tell them? We can't do anything for them. Tell them to dissipate and evacuate by any means possible. Monarch, you're blocked out. Tell them I'm sorry. Copy all.
Pop.
Positive hits, he's going down. We can't even see where they're coming from. What are we doing about those planes? Stand by. We're routing a solution team now. It'll be too late by then.
That's why they had that one hanging out way out there. They had to pull me off course so I could chase these ones down after.
It's the specialist early evacs. We won't make it long without them.
My hull on my HUD says 99 for the cockpit HUD, but the in-game white HUD says 98. Not sure how they did that one.
We're being shot at. Monarch, you've got a good lock. All Cascadian National Guards who remain loyal to the Pacific Federation, be advised to turn to assigned frequencies to maintain radio security. Positive tone. Damn.
Bye-bye. Oh, geez, there's one right on my butt, huh?
Command, we can't hit our targets. Those birds in the air are keeping us back. Copy all. We've proceeded as planned. What kind of answer is that?
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, not bye-bye.
On my six. 21 on this net. We've secured Tacanoid's weapon. We have incoming hostiles. If we take this place, we can direct evacuation chopper traffic here. Use what X's cover.
Welcome to the chat room. Thanks. Apparently I just dropped from my own Twitch chat.
Clear my sights. I'm engaged defensive.
There we go. No, no, not quite, not quite. Damn. Just in time. Just flying circles around me. It's all about what direction they're going and how much momentum they have, how much velocity they have in that direction when you fire. As soon as you start learning what you're looking for on your map to know if it's a hit, games become much easier. There's a red line on the map. That doesn't seem good. What do we got? Looks like 6 or 9 air. 9. Guy's primed. Come on, there we go. Thank you. He's just kind of asking for that. Oh, please shoot me!
Hitman 1 locked on. Hitman 1 locked on. Family 6. Missile away. Box 2. Good separation. Defeating. ACS failure.
Hard turn, 1 left.
Knocked one out. Being shot at.
Not no more, you ain't. Woo.
Secured its guys separately. What's the call? Stand by. Sicario, large contacts inbound. Looks like an airship picket. Under us.
Goodbye.
Kennedy Hall just got torched. We had an IFV platoon roll through it, so we're pulling back.
Goodbye.
He's engaging me. My radar's hit. We can't get coordinates from the secure channel. Where are we going? It's that damn jamming. Just head north. We'll organize as best we can to get out of here. Don't overextend. We'll get the stragglers over the next week. All we have to do is just secure the city. Enemy point shot down.
Damn right he was.
Missile away, missile away. My six. We're going down. On the defensive.
Climb into that.
Hard lock, let it fly. They're shooting me.
Anti-ship missiles destroy airships in one shot most of the time.
Locked on.
Oh. Forgot to have those. Thank you. Ah. Good call.
Engaging. Monarch, you've got a good lock. Damn it, he's engaging me. There's my six.
Yeah, pull up into that. Okay. You made it. You made it. You didn't make that one though, did you? No, I didn't see that one coming. Missiles. You. Another one of those big ships over there. Let's go get it. Well, don't burn up.
Confirmed enemy kill. Enemy confirmed shot down. Hitman 1, missile tracking, evade.
Oh geez, they're really slow, huh?
Squadron 1 bandit.
My altitude 2K. We good.
Oh no. Enemy penetrated the count line. Good tone, good tone.
ASMs are ready.
Missile away. Enemy is on my scope.
ASMR missiles. I was going 420 meters a second there. Ooh, that was generous. Thank you, game. Get him, get him. 1, 2. Turn, 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 lock, die.
Box 2. On my 6.
Mission over.
Done all we can, Sicario. RTB to Rose Tower. It wasn't supposed to be like this.
Does your success or like how well you succeed the missions change mission course or anything like that? Change wording?
Thanks to you, casualties sustained during the retreat were minimized. We've lost contact with our final units within Presidia.
Not as far as you're aware.
We just have to remember their sacrifice to cover our escape. During the evacuation, we airlifted some of our most experienced fighters, along with Federation defectors and civilians who wanted to join up with us after seeing what the Federation did to Presidia. We're at the brink right now, and losing the capital was a blow. But thanks to you, we can survive this. Stand by for your next op orders.
That's right. Thanks to me, they'll survive this. It's all me. All me.
The Federation's interest in Cascadia has always been clear. It's as clear today as it was when we went into an association with them over half a century ago. Power. Our cordium deposits has made Cascadia an interest of the core Federation states perpetually, and because of that, we know exactly how to fight back. Even though we've lost many key territories as Federation forces land in country, we have a plan on how to cripple their advances and to make them reevaluate their entire purpose here.
Mercenary forces throughout Cascadia are being tasked to attack geothermal processing and storage facilities as the Allied main force maintains our front line. By striking these targets, the Federation will have to direct forces otherwise concentrated on the front line to defending these key resource points. Hitman Team, Sicario will be tasked to hit separate facilities in the Yellowstone Exclusion Zone. Your area of operation will be one of the main storage facilities along the Apodoc Fracture. Fly in, destroy as much of the facility as you can, and RTB before reinforcements respond en masse. It's suggested that you bring a well-rounded loadout on this one. Once the Federation knows what we're doing, they're going to be retaliating hard.
Shows a lot more ground than air. I'd like to get something with the multi-target ground missiles. Those seem strong. MLAG-2. MLAA, MLAA. The MG-29 seems pretty ideal. Yeah. That would be good. Yeah. Buying power. We got an achievement for that. MLAAs. I see. More MLAAs. And multi-lock-on, anti-ground missile, dual volley. Seems good.
Hey, babysitting is easy money.
Yeehaw!
Positive tone. Heads up. QRF has arrived. Fast movers. Now it's a fight.
Copy. Substation is correct. Trying to intercept.
Hooah! They said it's all fair game. I'm blowing it all up.
Galaxy, stand for the other reins.
Well, you're definitely causing the most chaos out of all of them. Council Squadron is pulled out after hitting their threshold, and Assassin is still on station. Other work pilots are also calling in some success.
That's what I like to hear. Let's go for gold.
Positive tone.
That's enough here. I'm moving on.
Dropping the pressure on the conduits. If the tanks go off, we need to make sure we are cooking bombs. Monarch, you've got a good lock. If you are combat effective against air units, start evacuating. No need to get killed like this.
Oh, damn, they're on the other side of the hill.
Why are the rebels hitting their own resources? Because we're using it right now. Fasu, fasu. Dispatch of the airport to secure container space set. Follow the procedures.
We're under attack. 20-point lists are kinda hard to read while we're being bombed.
Okay,
Incoming bogeys.
let's get some gun support in there, shall we?
Hardlock, let it fly. Right on target. I see him. I see the mark. The rolls in that crowd.
Send it up the line.
Right on
It's that
target.
HVT we've been hearing so much about.
Good stuff, Hitman. Operations up and down the fracture are reporting similar successes. Keep hammering them till we blow out. Divert stores of the neutralizer agent into the pipelines.
That much? We won't know.
Oh wow, you get to fire 4 of them at a time with the...
Good job. Arrangement still stand? Arrangement? Are you three making deals without my cut?
Don't get your panties out of this, Galaxy. It's nothing. Just stop burning pace for dinner with all the extra dough. It's only fair.
Trust me, it was much worse when we were a 5-man fight. Well, according to the kill feed, I guess Monarch's buying tonight then. Don't get on the nose. Someone's going guns on me.
Yay!
Box 3. I'm going to engage. Nice kill. Monarch ready to fire. Enemy on radar.
What's happened to my gun? Oh, 0. You have limited gun ammo? Okay. Good to know.
Hitman 1, good zone. Hitman 1, missile tracking, evade. Lost engine power, close the press.
Every ship in the sky is firing at me.
Hitman 1, missile tracking, evade.
I'm good.
Missile is on the way.
Oh, I disagree.
Status report.
Disagree, sir. I have missiles. Stop firing at me.
Cleared for guns.
Players are ready.
Search history.
Down to 40. Glad I took what I took. These MLAAs are becoming invaluable here. Hey, I hit flare! You jerk. You jerk. I'm gonna die here. This is not good.
Missiles away. Hitman 1 locked on. Light him up.
Nice sunset indeed. If only I wasn't almost dead.
Hitman 1, good zone.
Oh, what hit me there?
Cleared for guns. Enemy penetrating the count line. Engaging. Hitman 1, good zone. Radar lock, take him down. Ground unit destroyed. Number 6. Monarch, nobody's locking onto you. Target down.
Oh, I have to fly in that tunnel? Is that what I have to do there? Where's your Pookie? She's playing video games.
Monarch, you got incoming. Missile away. Moving to engage. Ground asset knocked out.
There's the other.
Monarch, you're locked on. Light him up.
By refinery. Oof, hit. Should have been a destroy. Hi, Sam.
Ground target destroyed. I'll take care of this one. Hitman 1, it's business.
It's fine. I made him run away, so I get a little bit of space to do this. Damn it! That was a tower! Okay. So note to self, you don't have infinite guns. Good to know. Didn't notice the gun bullet readout before. Excuse me.
Hey, babysitting is easy money, and I'm not complaining. All right, Ramblers, let's get rambling. Anything and everything is free for the taking.
Yes, she's having fun.
Man 1, locked on.
Maybe.
We're getting reports from power plants up and down Cascadia. Small threads of aircraft are slipping past our front line and hitting the geothermal industry.
Tell them for stretching the front line so far. The level slip through it. Missile away. Light him up. ACS failure. According we're pumping inside of them costs more than what they're paying us. It's harder to create than it is to destroy Hitman 2.
I'm not going to spend too much time there. I took out the important pieces.
Enemies locking on. Break. Monarch, give us a shot. Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you.
Oh, are they now?
Heads up, QRF has arrived. Fast movers. Now it's a fight.
Copy. This base is scratched. Trying to intercept. Galaxy, telephone on the raids?
Well, you're definitely causing the most chaos out of all of them. Council Squadron is pulled out after hitting their threshold, and Assassin is still on station. Other work pilots are also calling in some success.
That's what I like to hear. Let's go for gold.
Missile away.
94, 93. I'm getting hit by the AA guns right now.
Jinx go off. We need to make sure we are cooking.
Only AA guns at the oh. You guys all die.
If you want combat effective against air units, start evacuating. No need to get killed like this.
Hee hee.
There they go. Good
Tee hee.
separations. Why are the rebels hitting their own resources?
Because we're using it right now.
Monarch, you've got incoming.
What? Disagree.
Monarch, you've got
Full on disagree.
dispatch of the coordinating to secure containers base. Here's the procedures.
We're under attack. 20-point lists are kinda hard to read while we're being bombed.
hit the damn plane again. Apparently it's really easy to fly into those. Second time I've done that. Get ramblin', ramblers. Okay.
We're getting reports from power plants up and down Cascadia. Small flights of aircraft slipping past our front line and hitting the geothermal industry.
Well, at least it was right at the start this time. Not in the end middle of the mission like the last two. This one is a little harder than the others. This one's as hard as talking. Oh lordy. Yeah, that's me. Crashing into planes and buildings and towers. It's what I do. Did I get them both? I did. Ice! Ice, baby!
Ground unit destroyed. Heads up, QRF has arrived. Fast movers. Now it's a fight.
Copy. This base was scratched. Turning to intercept.
Okay, so we've got the extra planes joining now.
Galaxy, status on the other lane.
Well, you're definitely causing the most chaos out of all of them. Council Squadron is pulled out after hitting their threshold, and Assassin is still on station. Bluebird pilots are also calling in some success.
That's what I like to hear. Let's go for gold.
Start dropping the pressure on the conduits. If the tanks go off, we need to make sure we are cooking bombs.
If you want combat effective against air units, start evacuating. No need to get killed like this.
Why are the rebels hitting their own resources?
Because we're using it right now.
Good tone, good tone.
1, 2, 3! I am not using a fight stick. How's it going, Guapo?
Secure container space set. Follow the procedures.
We're under attack. 20-point lists are kind of hard to read while we're being bombed.
Moving fast.
Fine, take a missile.
Enemy's getting radar lock.
I see them. I see the mark. The rolls in that crown. Send it up the line. It's that HVT we've been hearing so much about.
Good stuff, Hitman. Operations up and down the fracture are reporting similar successes. Keep hammering them till we pull out. Tempo dispose of the neutralizer agent into the pipelines.
Waiting for your Oculus Rift cables to come in the mail so you could do this in VR. Exciting. I've got a Vive VR kit, but I don't have it hooked up. As soon as I was playing this, I was like, oh, I should hook that up, but it's a shame. Unfortunately, the decision to play this was made with not a lot of time left.
Don't get your panties into this, Galaxy. It's nothing. Just hop on a basement dinner with all the extra dough. It's only fair.
Trust me, it was much worse when you were
Nice to meet you.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
according to the kill feed. I guess Monarch's buying tonight then. Take advantage.
Now, unfortunately, I haven't had my VR hooked up since I moved. Used to have a nice big area for it, but in the new place, there's just not enough room. Despite it being a bigger place. Just the way it works sometimes. It's just about how the space is laid out. Am I using gloves? I am. I have tension gloves. You were wondering what they were. Yeah. They squeeze the hand. They're made for arthritis, but they keep the blood flowing better. Gives you better blood flow, basically. Oh! That was a gunshot. Okay, that was fine.
Monarch, pop countermeasures and evade.
That's what I'm doing. Ah! Take that! And that! Alright, good luck in your search for someone with a flight stick.
Watch him fly.
I'm sure a HOTUS would help this a lot. Use the clouds, gain some distance. Buddy's on my butt. One, two. Winning.
Monarch ready to fire. Missile is tracking.
Gonna have to fly in that. You can see this already. You can find them on Amazon. That is exactly where I got mine. Look for arthritis gloves. They're the same thing.
Fox 2, Fox 2. Plane damaged. Monarch missile on the way.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta get in this thing.
Ground unit knocked out. He's locking onto you. Cleared for guns.
Eat it! Yeah, the floor is lava. That is correct. The floor is lava. What? Urgh.
Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you.
They sure are. Get them off my butt. Die.
Take him down.
You're not actually supposed to fly through those. It does damage. You just need to shoot into the hole. Ah, that's why I took damage when I flew in there. Okay.
Ground target destroyed. There they go. Good separations. Ground unit knocked out.
Okay. I see. Yeah. Still got 31 MLAs too. Present for you guys. Special delivery. Hot jams, you say?
Missile is on the way.
Got flares ready.
Monarch, good luck.
Oh, I got this one? No, I didn't. Another one here? Okay.
Family stinks. I've got a good tone on him. Missile is on the way. Monarch ready to fire. Light him up.
Okay. Let's see about getting into those holes now. Flying in really seems like the best way to do it, despite the fact that you take damage now.
Incoming missile. Jake. Good tone, good tone. Good tone, good tone.
Okay.
Radar check. Hitman 1 locked on.
Why did you go up? Why did you do that? You should have gone right down the damn path.
In my sights. Positive tone.
That's just gonna hit right in the middle. Okay. You sure this wasn't designed for you to fly through it? I don't see how you're supposed to get it through those holes. No hitting from the top. And you're saying I'm supposed to do it without going in there? I don't get it. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. When I fired my MLAGs, they went above the thing, like went up over my ship. There we go. MLAGs do that, yeah. Anyway, we got it.
Target down. Hitman 1, good zone. Hitman 1, locked on.
There we go.
Crimson Squadron's on station. AWACS, target down. The mercenaries. Affirmative. Drive these mercenaries out of the airspace, Crimson 1. Roger, tally-ho. Let's chase these dogs off. We've got confirmed ID on these hostiles. We've got them pegged as Cascadian's Federation peacekeepers.
Freaking knew it. I'm out of here.
Yep, no problem. Winchester anyway. Let's go.
We're low on ammo and fuel to engage Crimson 1. Our bird may be sluggish.
Enemy's locking last break. Pursue. That is mine.
Taking pursuit, I lead.
Enemy on radar.
Engagement not advised. Oh. What am I supposed to do then? Exit the AO, I see. Blue line. I think I've got a fast ship.
Moving to engage. Crimson Squadron, keep it simple. Not worth the effort.
We bout to win as long as I don't get shot down here. We just gotta get to this line. Coming up, blue line. Get to the blue line. Got flares ready, get to the blue line.
Crimson 1, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Yeah, he's slippery. Crimson 1, be advised if you go any further, you will not have enough fuel to RTV. Fine. All Crimson, let's break pursuit. Push for a waypoint. Crimson 1, are you alright, sir?
If you manage to down one of them, you can also win. Yeah, the ship's just not good enough, right? You don't handle well enough.
Next time. That was too close, guys. RTV. Me and the boss are going to have a chat with Stardust.
Hitman team, your efforts in this operation was certainly commendable, if not by my mark, but the fact you garnered attention from the peacekeepers.
Peacekeeping squadrons are called in by the Federation to absolutely lock down a nation from the sky. They are usually made up of decorated pilots and Federation devotees. Additionally, Crimson Squadron is the peacekeeping squadron specifically made to watch Cascadia. Their leader, Crimson 1, has become something of a poster boy for the Federation Air Force, and it's not without merit. He's what many consider to be the top ace in the world, and we can only hope that their arrival in the country doesn't disrupt further operations. In any case, Sicario's strike against the geothermal facilities in the country, coinciding with similar efforts theater-wide, has hastened the Federation offensive, buying us time to reorganize and plan for the war forward.
There's also 6 of them against 1. Eight of them. Math is hard.
Monarch and Comic, you're the only mercenary pilots on base at the moment, so this is your mission effective immediately. A few hours ago,
Well, I don't know about
remnants of
evil,
Cascadia's Coast Guard was able
but
to
it's hard.
board and raid a Federation battleship which ran a little too close to Cascadia's northern coasts. They have promptly christened it as the Eminent Domain. The Eminent Domain is a new battleship used by the Federation Navy. Equipped with top-of-the-line armament and an electronic warfare suite, it stuffs most of the utility of an entire battle group into its hull. The Independence Force are deploying resupply and escort ships to them ASAP, however, they need air support. We have the means to repair it and gain intelligence from disseminating whatever info we can from its computers, but it is imperative that it is escorted to Safe Harbor first. Hitman, take off immediately. Dismissed.
Even when I'm a mercenary, I still end up fishing. Come on, Monarch, let's go.
Here we can go with chaotic neutral. Though it's not very chaotic. It's kind of lawful, actually. And always follows the rules. Oh, I don't have enough money for that plane. What do I have for this mission? Think I want... Stop hitting the mic. Stuck with the MG29 for quite some time. Yeah, I also like this SV37 for the ASMs. Yes, they are. We'll go with rockets. That'll help on the boats.
Alright, Galaxy getting on station. Hitman's down a pilot today, eh?
I'm sure Dirk's having fun by himself hitting more energy facilities with Assassin and Gunsel.
Oh, I know he is. Normally I'd be able to monitor all of you at once, but this damn comm jamming is wreaking havoc with my capabilities. Anyway, heads up. This is a resupply ship, Corp. We'll remain on station for the Eminent Domain to link up with us. Roger all. Highlighting Federation ships now. Hitman, sync any and all contacts in the area before Eminent Domain gets here.
Okay, I don't see a timer anywhere. That's good.
We have 2 aircraft crossing into the AO. Hot. All ships remain in current movement pattern. Do not stray or get on the lanes for attacks. We have to hold this position to track that battleship. Hitman 1, Fox 3. Only 2 planes. Affirmative. The rest of Rebel air power is heavily occupied. This must be all they can spare. Light 'em up. Monarch ready to fire.
Go away. Die, Mig.
If Principal Hitman 3 is a Renaissance tier of battleship. Think about how that makes the rest of the fence in the region here. Good tone, good tone. Anything else to fire away?
Woo, that worked.
Intercept group, be advised. We are continuing.
Ouch! I don't know what that was.
Take out that battleship before they link up.
Cordium railguns. Sounds legit. That's a thing.
Those AA guys will shoot us out if we get too close, Monarch. Gotta hit them fast.
Enemies getting radar locked.
We've got patrol boats doing picket duty. Easy money.
You see Vincent? My brother is a Federation sailor on the eminent domain. I just hope that things turned out okay for him. Hey man, rocks on. The enemy's getting radar locked. Whoa. Look at the mercs go with them. Good to know. We've got hostiles moving to engage.
All ships, get into firing patterns. We need to deal with those planes before the battleship gets here, or we'll be in trouble.
Emerging. Confirm hit on target. That's number 15 down. Reload main battery. Eminent domain inbound imminent. That should be that what we're gonna see. Enemy approaching the AO. Hitman 153. Enemies on my scope. Monarch, good luck.
This is locking on. I'm losing fast.
Stacked up. Ejecting. Light him up.
Oh! It's going so well, too! The railguns add a bullet hell element to this. I was doing decent dodging them.
Alright, Galaxy getting on station. Hitman's down a pilot today, eh?
I'm sure Dick's having fun by himself hitting more energy facilities with assassin and console.
Oh, I know he is. Normally I'd be able to monitor all of you at once, but this damn comm jamming is wreaking havoc with my capabilities. Anyway, heads up. This is resupply ship corps. We'll remain on station for the eminent domain to link up with us. Roger all. Highlighting Federation ships now.
Real hot.
Nice kill. All ships remain in current holding pattern. Do not stray. That will leave up its way for attacks. We have to hold the position to track that battleship. Affirmative. The rest of Rebel air power is heavily occupied. This must be all they can spare. Merging one
Well, there's some cruisers. Let's go take those out.
Wingman 3, if the rebels can steal the battleship, think about how that makes the rest of the feds in the region look. Monarch commencing rocket fire. Intercept group, be advised.
I like these multi-burst rockets.
Planes as of current.
Really do.
Take out that battleship before they link up. Missile away, missile away.
We've got the payloads doing the activity. Easy money.
Monarch, pop countermeasures in evade.
The hell hit me? Disagree.
My brother, the Federation's sailor on the eminent domain. I just hope that things turn out okay for him. Whoa, look at the mercs go with them. On effort destroyed. All ships, get into firing patterns. We need to deal with those planes before the battleship gets here, or we'll be in trouble. Confirm head on target. This number 15 down. Reload main battery. Eminent domain inbound imminent. That should be that over comms. Box 3. Fast mover out of action.
Cat eye. Oh, spy ship.
Good tone, good tone.
Oof. Didn't do much, thankfully.
There they go. Good separations. Make sure to track your assigned targets.
My altitude was under 100 meters, so I should probably pull up some. These cruisers all over the place. I missed? I missed. Last shot. Hey. Now let's just clean up these boats. Oh, there's another plane there. Oh! I didn't see it coming. Thought I was going over it. The rockets are not as effective as I would hope on the boats. Four MLAs is probably a good thing. The MLAGs will help on the railgun boats. Let's try this one.
Alright, Galaxy getting on station. Wingman's down the pilot today, eh?
I'm sure Dirk's having fun by himself hitting more energy facilities with assassin and Gunzel.
Oh, I know he is. Normally I'd be able to monitor all of you at once, but this damn comm jamming is wreaking havoc with my capabilities. Anyway, heads up.
I shouldn't have gone for as aggressive an approach to get my gun in. I should have just been happy to get STDMs off.
Piloting Federation ships now.
I would have been much better off.
Sync any and all contacts in the area before eminent domain gets here.
You have to relearn that lesson all the time. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Pop, pop.
Spam rams out. Ships remain in current holding pattern. Do not stray. Beverly weapons wait for attacks. We have to hold this position to trap that battleship. Monarch Fox 2. Damn it, he's engaging
That hurt.
Intercept group, be advised. We are continuing with ASM planes as of current. Take out that battleship before they link up. Monarch ready to fire. Good tone, good tone. Missile is on the way.
We've got Kilo doing activity. Easy ready.
Captain Bailey, you see Benson? My brother is a Federation sailor on the eminent domain. I just hope that things turned out okay for him. Monarch Fox 2. Look at the mercs go with them. Missile on the way. Going for missile launch. All ships, get into firing patterns. We need to deal with those planes before the battleship gets here, or we'll be in trouble. Confirm him on target. That's number 15 down. Reload main battery. Eminent domain inbound unit. That should be them looking on us. Engage defensive. Breaking. Hitman 1, Fox 3. Good tone, good tone. Missiles locking on. Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you. Fox 2. Monarch, you've got incoming.
Sometimes it's hard to tell between the tinnitus and the missile lock.
Bingo. Hitman 1, good tone. Hitman 1, good tone. You've been hit. You okay? Enemy's locking on. Break.
Disagree. Didn't even give me a missile lock warning, it just happened. Get under the clouds.
Missile away.
5,000.
Ground asset knocked out.
Get missiled.
Monarch miss a shot.
Got another ship back there. By what?
Right on target.
What am I damaged by, huh?
Ground unit destroyed. Monarch missile on the way. Light him up. Going down. Everyone for themselves.
Not a missile lock. I've got a warning. Ow!
Monarch. Stack up. Stacked up.
I don't know what hit me that time. Again.
Warning, missile inbound.
I got one of them.
You're in gun range. That's not good. Breaking.
Ooh. Huh. Last target.
Box 3. Box 3. Pin him down.
What now?
Contact the eminent domain at bearing 000 from Bullseye. This is the court. All hands prepare for contact.
Russian eminent domain. This is Combat Flight Hitman and AO. Coming to you feet wet. Say status?
Range is loud and clear, Hitman. This is the eminent domain. Are you all for support?
All the birds you got.
Hey, give me that.
Hold on, sir.
This is Captain Woodward, commander of this proud vessel, and we graciously accept your help. Our CIC will feature AWACS information for priority targets. Get going, we're going to be
Take that.
surface contact in front of us. Total enemy strength is now with battle group weapons. Behind and forward. Good. Activate secondary guns and left to right on all batteries.
I liked that threefer. That was lovely.
Stacked up.
Another threefer. Hit them all. Get them. 1, 2, 3.
This isn't ideal. Ahead fail. Beholders them. All ships form up. Cargo's flight takes off. Once that battleship goes down, we can refocus. Once that battleship takes so far off. He's shooting.
There's some right there. Okay.
Eminent domain was under shakedown. Why else would she be underway?
Close the gap. Ooh, they're all turning away too.
This is Captain Bouret, the Federation Naval Group tailing you from the battleship. Further resistance will result in your death.
Good.
Strike your colors and cease all hostilities or you will be destroyed. This
Bring
is
it.
a final warning.
Prince is no more! Congratulations, Pookie! That's a good fight.
Destroyed.
Hi. Discovery she was here. Ships these size pay a
Disagree!
Enemy's getting radar lock.
I was turning and I flared. Can I repair? I can't go for a repair in this, can I?
Monarch ready to fire.
Oh! I should have died there.
Got incoming.
You thought I was dead too, didn't you?
Monarch missile away. Monarch missile on the way. Hitman 1 locked on.
I am dead. There's no way I'm gonna live with one.
Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you. Monarch, you're locked on. Monarch's gone off radar.
Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna last. It's impossible to not get hit for a point of damage by those railguns.
Alright, Galaxy.
Like, it just appears in front of me and then I'm like, oh, okay, I get hit. No choice.
I'm sure Dirk's having fun by himself hitting more energy facilities with assassin and console.
Oh, I know he is. Hoping I'd be able to monitor all of you at once, but this damn comm jamming is wreaking havoc with my capabilities. Anyway, heads up. This is a resupply ship, Court. We'll remain on station for the eminent domain to link up with us. Roger all. Highlighting Federation ships now. Hitman, sync any and all contacts in the area before eminent domain gets here.
I haven't been able to hear it go off.
We have 2 aircraft crossing into the AO. Hot. You're in gun range. All ships remain in current holding pattern. Do not stray. Let friendly weapons make their attacks. We have to hold this position to trap that battleship.
How to fight him. I helped her get to him.
Affirmative. The rest of Rebel air power is heavily occupied. This must be all they can spare. Positive tone.
I found it useful to lock onto the head during phase 1, otherwise I couldn't hit him. What the?
Water ships in the water for an intercept. Big gifts.
Time principle, Hitman 3. If the rebels can steal the battleship, think about how that makes the rest of the feds in the region look. Intercept group, be advised. We are continuing with ASMP
over the clouds. Enjoy!
Good job. Enemies locking on. Break. Positive tone. Fox 2. Hard rock, let it fly. Radar lock, take him down. Missile away, missile away. Ground target destroyed.
I guess also stack lightning resistance. Oh, I say yes for him. Yeah, she doesn't need lightning resistance. She'll learn how to dodge him eventually.
Monarch, you're locked on.
I got all the confidence in the world in Pookie. You're welcome, Pookie.
Hitman 1 locked on.
I've seen you beat enough bosses handily to know you can handle this.
Hitman 1 locked on.
Okay, one more plane. I've got 71 health still. We're getting better at this. Gonna have to be fast. There.
Missile is tracking.
Oh, didn't even take him out, huh?
Hitman 1 Fox 2.
Okay, drop the altitude.
Contact the imminent domain at bearing 000 from Bullseye. This is the court. All hands prepare for contact.
Motion imminent domain. This is Combat Flight Hitman and AO. Contact being wet. Stay status.
1,500 meters. 1K, clear clouds.
All the birds you got.
Hey, give me that.
Hold on, sir.
This is Captain Woodward, commander of this proud vessel, and we graciously accept your help. Our CIC will feature AWACS information for priority targets. Get going, we're going to be sunk before we can get back into it. We have surface contacts in front of us. Total enemy strength is now at battle group levels. Behind and forward. Good. Activate secondary guns and load the racks on all batteries. We're not out of this yet.
Let's get him.
Watch it fly. This isn't ideal. Ahead, we've all lose them. All ships form up. What about those planes up top? Once that battleship goes down, we can refocus.
maintaining altitude here. Hard turn.
Effective for rendezvous. You hit that point, and you should be able to link up with the course. Much appreciated, mercenary. Hey, Hitman, you guys could learn a little about courtesy from this guy. Down. Watch him fly. There are my sights. You should see the geothermal storms back in the Federation mainland.
Hey.
Radar lock, take him down. Right on target. Missile away.
Ooh, present for Alia! I'm like the Oprah of missiles. You get a missile! And you get a missile! And you get a missile!
Missile away.
I almost ran into that ship again, didn't I?
Missile tracking, freeze. Shot me. Gunfire. Cleared for guns.
Whew, that didn't happen. Never happened. Saw nothing.
Spam rams out. Missile is on the way.
Oh, disagree. Getting lost in the clouds.
There's smoke up in the cockpit. Clear my six. Engage defensive. Come close. There's smoke up in the cockpit.
I like it. Compared to Ace Combat, they're pretty similar. Pretty similar. I prefer the no time limit, but that's really about the only difference. No time limit makes me real happy, though. Instead, they've put in railguns and other things that are hard to get away from. Thought I was locked onto that already. Stop with the AA.
Hard rock, let it fly.
Whew. There goes that ship. Get him. Get him. Boom, boom.
Missile is tracking. Monarch ready to fire.
Get off my butt! Down to 28% hull. Not good.
Hard rock, let it fly.
Seems to be no planes left.
Ground asset destroyed.
Blow it right down. Turn around real nice. And die.
Ground asset destroyed. Monarch ready to fire.
What? Oof! No! No! Oh man! Oh man! Miss?
Monarch, good rock. Radar lock, take him down. Ground target destroyed.
Mission complete?
Resupply ship, Gord. We have visual. Gord to the eminent domain. Link up with us and we'll get on out of here. Below that, we've got contacts Angels 9, inbound. These look like cruise missiles from the shore. Gear deployed, ASM inbound.
Hitman 3, moving to engage.
Destroy the cruise missiles. As long as they can't hit me.
Hitman getting all of them. They're diving from above the cloud cover. Monarch, coming, intercept. All it takes is one shot from these.
This mission's rough. ICBMs!
Hard rock, let it fly.
Seriously?
Light him up. Hitman 1, Fox 3. Hitman 1, locked on.
These ones can dodge, apparently.
Monarch, Fox 3. Knocked one out. Watch him fly.
It is Project Wingman. It basically is Ace Combat 7, but without a timer. It's more like the PS2 ones, really. And now with VR, yes! VR and no timer. If that sounds like your bag, I recommend it. Absolutely worth the $30 if you like that kind of game. Because it's not even a full price game. And hey, Needlac, how's it going? Happy New Year, sir. I don't think I talked to you since then.
Confirmed enemy kill. All threats eliminated and scopes are clear. Good stuff, Hitman. Thank you very much, Hitman. We'll raise hell in your name next
Woo!
round.
Soul 7!
Not too bad for just 2 aircrafts, huh, Monarch?
Hitman team,
That was tight. 0 MLAAs, 2 LMLA G2s. Today was salty. Finished Cyberpunk, playing lots of Deep Rock Galactic with friends. I did just finish that with 7, and I failed multiple times.
Safe and sound. Its repair and refit will ensure that we have the advantage near the coasts and at sea as long as it's afloat. Captain Woodward extends his regards and has forwarded you some items he has recovered from the former captain's quarters, most chiefly a bottle of whiskey. Stand by for your next sortie.
Oh man. I think so? I haven't been keeping track. I've just been having
One of the
fun.
vast advantages that the Federation has over Cascadia is their absolute control and logistics routes. Factories and states that we can't even touch are pumping out equipment and supplies for them at a pace we'll never be able to match. However, they all have to get in the country somehow. The Federation supply train is one carried out mostly by air, now that the eminent domain is intercepting cargo ships coming into Federation ports. Civilian traffic has remained largely the same thanks to Federation communication protocols. The reality of this conflict has been kept hidden at
All AA.
Curtis Solana communication facility in the Aitor Desert. This mission is as follows. Mercenary and allied pilots will be dispatched to various points along the airways, knocking out Federation logistics aircraft and grinding their resupply efforts to a halt. By striking in broad daylight, we can openly challenge the Federation when they think they're safe. Remember, it's imperative that no civilians are harmed in this operation, so engage carefully.
Careful's my last name, and safety's my mom. Let's go, Monarch. I'd like to touch down before lunch.
Well, that's terrible. Careful's my last name and safety is my mom. All anti-air. That's very anti-ground. I think we're gonna go SAA and 2 MLAA for this one. SAAs are great for long range.
Hitman team, you're arriving in your AO. Tagging civilian and Federation air traffic now. That's a lot of air traffic for a war zone, Galaxy.
So you finished Cyberpunk, Needlac. What'd you think of it?
If any bystanders go down, that's on us and the Independence Force. Roger, Dodger Galaxy. Looks like it's just me and you. No big deal, right? 7 enemy target convoys tagged. Engage with caution. Hey, we've got 2 military jets off of our 4 o'clock. What gives? You see the amount of military armor in the air today? Escorts, probably.
What is it?
Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you. I've taken a hit. You're in gun range. I've got a missile on me. Monarch ready to fire. Monarch shot one down.
Oops. Instead of flares, it allows you to do post-stall maneuvers. Basically, you can hold L3, turning it into toggle in settings. You can flip your plane around on a dime, do fast barrel rolls. Right on. I also accidentally shot the civilian plane, but it seems okay. Oh, you're coming at me. Way too close.
Monarch missile away. ACS failure. I've got a missile tower on me. Nice kill. What just happened? I'm tracking a cargo plane that was just shot down. What? All civilian airliners, forward IFF data to us. Get the attendants to shut all windows right now. What? Here? Protect the high spots. Bonsai! He's got a bead on him, Monarch. Launch missile. My plane is falling apart. Oh, goddamn! We're caught in the crossfire up here. The Federation Tower denotes that all civilian airways also host military traffic. You know that. The war machine will kill us all.
Tends to be what the war machine does.
Speed up! We need to get out of the AO right now! What's going on? Monarch got another one. Hell of a day to bring multi-lock weapons out.
As long as the civvy doesn't blow up, it's okay if that missile knocked them around. Yep. I didn't realize they were going to be able to take a missile. Most civvy planes can't really take a missile.
Transports, Hitman 1. Launch missile. Plane dashed. Federation ATC had a Prospero Hub issuing an airspace monitor to all aircraft. I repeat, this is a Federation Aviation Agency.
I just hit them again, didn't I?
Immediately. All civilian flights within all Cascadian regional airspaces are grounded at once. Follow all orders as transmitted by Federation military call signs. Good tone, good tone. Incoming notice. Why would the Feds send us up into
Enjoy!
I'm being around up here. Yeah, so are the passengers assigned photos. Missile away. Hard lock, let it fly. I want all planes in the air right now. We can't afford to have our forces picked apart in transit. If we don't get our forces reconsolidated, then we're gonna spend the rest of the war disorganized.
Just wait for those ones to hit.
Everyone settle down.
Oh my god!
Deputy Lulu with the Federation Air Authority. Everyone just stay calm. Just stay calm.
No, that's the civvy.
I'm going to be collecting
Don't lock on to the civvy.
right now. Security reasons. All ultralights and medium flights. Maintain altitude below 5,000 feet in this airspace to avoid military engagement. All heavies and super heavies ascend to 20,000 feet. Yeah, I was expecting that. Hitman team, heads up. We have another AWACS in the area.
Do we though? Do we really?
I've barely got the head for one AWACS up here. Pin him down. Monarch ready to fire.
Oh, it fired at the civilian plane!
They're moving an awful lot of civilian planes shot down. Mission failure.
Stop locking on the civvy plane! Alright, you sleep well, Howling God. Have a good evening. My MLAAs are getting me killed. I gotta watch the radar and not use them when the civvy's in the area. I think the MLAAs are useful still, I just gotta be a little more careful. It's not like I have something better to bring.
Hitman team, we're arriving in your AO. Tagging civilian and Federation air traffic now. That's a lot of air traffic for a war zone, Galaxy. Watch your fire when taking down these transports. If any bystanders go down, that's on us and the Independence Force. Roger, Dodger, Galaxy. Looks like it's just me and you. No big deal, right? 7 enemy target convoys tagged. Engage with caution. Hey, we've got 2 military jets off of our 4 o'clock. What gives? You see the amount of military hardware in the air today? Escorts, probably. Moving to engage. Missile away. Civilian plane shot down. Mission failure.
Fine. No MLAAs. Too destructive. I don't know what else I have. .2 2900. Really the best chip I have. Could go to SAA. Or ASM and SAA. We'll do the ASM and the SAA. Could have sworn it had all locks on military targets there.
Team, we're arriving in your AO. Tagging civilian and Federation air traffic now. That's a lot of air traffic for a war zone, Galaxy. Watch your fire when taking down these transports. If any bystanders go down, that's on us and the Independence Force. Roger, Dodger, Galaxy. Looks like it's just me and you. No big deal, right? 7 enemy target convoys tagged. Engage with caution. Hey, we've got 2 military jets off of our 4 o'clock.
dipped below him as he blew up a bit there.
Fox 2.
Get him. Got him.
Fast mover out of action.
And those hitboxes on those are huge.
Fire. What just happened? I'm tracking a cargo plane that was just shot down. What? All civilian airliners, forward RFF data to us. Get the attendants to shut all windows right now. What? Here? Protect the transports. Nice kill. Enemy fighters are right by my wing. Oh, goddamn! We're caught in the crossfire up here. The Federation tower announced that all civilian airbases zones will be cracked. You know that. The war machine will kill us all. Monarch, good luck. Speed up! We need to get out of the AO right now!
Rip. Okay. A little bit more finesse on this one.
Hell of a day to bring multi-lock weapons out. Escorts are vectoring into engage. Blow past them and hit those transports, Hitman 1. This is Federation ATC out of Prospero Hub issuing an airspace wide alert to all aircraft. I repeat, this is a Federation Aviation Agency declaration effective immediately. All civilian flights within all Cascadian regional airspaces are grounded at once. Run them down. Follow all orders as transmitted by Federation military call signs. Nice shot. Tally-ho. You're in gun range. Why would the Feds send us up if they're expecting something like this? Monarch, you've got a good lock. Kill confirmed. Another hit like that. War contained my ass.
Bye bye. Okay. What do we got? 3 left?
Yeah, some of the passengers are snapping photos.
Pull out of the stall. Oh, he's ripe for the picking.
I want all planes in the air right now. We can't afford to have our forces picked apart in transit. If we don't get our forces reconsolidated, then we're gonna spend the rest of the war disorganized. Everyone settle down. I'm in air motion.
I'm getting close to this CT-7. I'm just gonna missile it and then use my SAAs on the other one off to the left.
I'm going to be collecting all of your photos right now. Security reasons. Hitman 1, Splash 1.
And then this will finish that one off.
All ultralight to medium flights. Maintain altitude below 5,000 feet in this airspace to avoid military engagement. All heavies and super heavies ascend to 20,000 feet.
Need that AWACS.
Monarch, you've got a good lock. Yeah, I was expecting that. Hitman team, heads up. We have another AWACS in the area. Monarch, good luck.
Don't have a lot of SAAs left. They're good for these AWACS.
AWACS up here. Fox 1. lying about the war? They're moving an awful lot of manpower and equipment from out of country. Think the Federation is doing this on purpose? Using civilian traffic as cover? Well, if they are, we're taking the bait. We just gotta thread this needle as best we can. Fox 2.
What are we doing with the 205 Super Heavies? Receiving runways to them?
You know time's off the books. 205's still priority. Missile on the way. We're sitting ducks. That's all there is to air or in the bag. Missile away. You're on the money. Hitman 1 locked on. Reroute back to Prospero.
And there's so many of them.
Stay in country for us. Warning's going off, so it's on me.
Man, what the hell else is the Federation lying to us about?
Losing hydraulics. Runway 6.
Go away! There's too many planes!
We're trying our best, but we have several intercepts taking place theater-wide. This is nothing less than a mass air operation. I'll take care of this one. They don't talk us against at least. That's relief. INS down. Enemy penetrating the count line. Radar lock. Enemies on my scope. They're in my sights. Missile away. Damn it, he's engaging me. Incoming missile. Jink. You're in gun range.
Yeah.
I'm moving to engage. Monarch missile on the way.
Took 2 damage there, but that's okay. That's okay. Slowing down, slowing down.
And 1 locked on. Target on the nose. Good tone, good tone. Fox 2, Fox 2. Hitman 1, good tone. We've got hostiles. We've bagged a few kills today. Watch for enemy radar spikes. Warning, missile inbound. We've got bandits. Missile is on the way.
Yeah, it totally wasn't like 9 million missiles at the same time. I can handle that game, no problem.
Monarch, good luck.
So many missiles. Every time I get one, it becomes that much easier. Eat it! Get gunnered! How many we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Enemy's getting radar locked. Hitman 1, Fox 2. Monarch missile away.
4.
Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you. Good tone, good tone.
Get him. Get him. There you go. No, I don't want the civilians. No, don't lock onto the civilians. My level. Can't see it in the clouds. There we go, I'm at -10. There's level. Civilian, civilian. Military planes are over this way. See one on the map. Lock on. There he is. $116 standard missiles left. I can afford to blow a few.
Confirmed enemy kill. Monarch ready to fire. This is the Federation gunship Gladius, responding to the attack in the sector. Deploying QRF fighters.
Okay, boss time. It's a good thing I've got my ASMs.
Looks like they haven't given up this airspace quite yet. We've detected a pair of advanced enemy fighters entering the airspace alongside a support airship. Shoot down the enemy. Let them know we have airspace control. Nothing like a dance-off. Merging now. It's that command pilot. Real sure kids are right hot spot.
If I ever had a chance of winning, now would be at 96 hull still. Came out of that pretty good.
Some seasoned pilots we've got here. Damn. I don't like it as having some pilots like this out there. What Crimson One was talking about makes sense now. Drag them towards our guns, but flack them up. Center, close the bulkheads.
And I just happen to have the perfect weapon for these things on me. I've almost got one of them down.
Launch missile. Hard rock, let it fly. We'll take care of this one. Enemy RPG AO. Engaging defensive. I'm on to my group.
Come on. You're pissing me off. They maneuver too well and they're always on my butt. I don't have any hard turns or anything like that I can use.
Missile is tracking. I'm being shot at. Missile is tracking. Evading. Stacked up.
No!
Enemy penetrating the count line. Missile is on the way. Not like this. Hitman 1 within gun
Come on.
range.
Come on now. Can't hit for the life of me. Flare's ready. Okay. Hit him. Yes.
You got incoming.
Okay. Down to one. Makes it much easier.
Monarch Fox 2. The enemy's getting radar lock.
These things are annoying to fight.
Missile is tracking.
Oof.
Fox 1.
There.
Scopes are
Die.
Good job today, Hitman.
Yes.
Before anyone else shows up. See? Real easy. I can do this with one hand behind my back.
Yeah, sea cuddles real easy.
Thanks for the carry, Monarch.
Whew. That was intense.
The intercept operation was a success. Worldwide, news is breaking out about the Independence Force's calculated and precise presence on the international stage. No civilian casualties have been reported, and the Federation, while dealing with the disruption of their air train, have to contend with international response to the war.
My allies got
Hitman
one
1,
kill.
Your flight was the most successful of these intercepts, and the Federation is currently scrambling to find alternative ways to maintain logistics.
One. My allies got one kill. I can't even count how many I got. I take back everything I said about the allies being useless, or useful. They were useless there. They didn't even draw fire
Monarch,
for me.
This is an op just for you. You know I don't like admitting this, but mercenary pilots in this world are among some of the best. They get more airtime, more time on target, than any of us national pilots outside of the periphery. In truth, you get the glamour we all thought fighter pilots were supposed to have when signing up to the academy. That and you're making 5 times what I make in a year.
It's because I shoot down more than
That's
5
why.
times what you shoot down.
But I don't think you're the type to give that answer. Not to me, anyway. What I'm trying to say is, you're capable. More capable than most, getting this far in. And because of that, we need you on deck for a one-man mission.
Cascadia's southeastern deserts hosts the Solana Communication Array. It was a Federation and Cascadian telecom venture meant to expand Cascadia's networking capability, regardless of any thermal interference that traditionally plagues long-range communications. With that facility, communications between various Federation units are streamlined, while limiting jamming and interrupting our own. Nothing to say of the censorship abilities that are used to enforce the civilian information flow. This is one of the Independence Force's top targets. However, it's been outside our strike range until now. Due to its distance from our front lines, no fuel can be wasted dodging or circumventing Federation anti-air systems en route. In short, we're sending you alone to clear up the most disruptive defense systems before we engage in a full-scale operation to knock out the facility. You will insert into the Keohord defense region in the Raver Mountains and take out all critical defense systems under cover of night. The defense system is calibrated for mass aerial strikes, but a lone aircraft flying relatively level with the mountains should be able to slip through and take them out. Dismissed.
Okay. So we're going to have mostly ground. I want my multi-target ground missiles. Got a little bit of air. I think SAA would be overkill. I guess I could go SLAA, MLAA, and MLAG. That'd work. I'm happy with that.
Monarch, the radar defenses are pretty hidden away on the mountain range, but your pal Galaxy got them all marked out. After this mission, don't tell me I never do anything for you.
Shut off your TV. There's nothing good on this late. What? You want to listen to the frickin' snow instead? Make sure your aircraft is in optimal condition. You hear that?
Oh, it's probably just one of all the transcorders. Bulletin from HQ. Another section from Crimson Team themselves. Something about taking the mercenaries the rebels hurt seriously. Yeah? Why should I? Well, don't underestimate them. Good tone.
Get him. Thank you. Thank you.
Enemy's getting radar locked.
Eat it. Bye-bye. Oh. Impressive.
Missile away.
Got bandits.
Moving to engage. Positive tone. Incoming missile. Jink.
Jink, you say? Well, zoinks!
stacked out. Right on target. Ground unit destroyed.
What? Oh, it was a bullet. Okay.
Stacked up.
One, two, three. Oh, geez, there's one over here. Can't miss you.
Defense cluster Alpha is down. From my scans, I read at least 6 other clusters in the area, designating them Bravo through Golf as we get them.
Oh. Fine then.
You know, Monarch, I heard a lot about why you 3 joined. Hitman, that is. Comic had her wings clipped, Dip was told he wasn't good enough to fly out of the academy, and you came in with him.
All 3.
What are you all looking for after all this time? You've made your fortunes, and lost them, so many times these last few years. So what else is there, huh? Never mind. It ain't like you're gonna tell me tonight.
Slow it down.
How many? We're not sure. We think it's at least a flight. Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you. You hear that? The echoes. That's only one fighter. Coming missile. Jake. Whatever you're dreaming. We got a message from 2 and 3. Putting him through. You lost without us yet, Monarch? Come on, we're just a staticky radio call away. Hanging along with Nick sucks.
I'll fucked in the hands of this Hitman 1 straight up. Don't take too long out there.
Do you guys actually like each other, or what?
Go away. Go away.
It's a single fighter. Too dark to visually ID. Going for a missile launch. That's a mercenary. Huh? How can you tell? The Mercs have been using fuel from out of country. Cheaper for them, and it burns an engine differently. I can hear it. Hitman 1, missile tracking, evade. Where's the Rebels send to somebody later? Maybe just for the hell of it. Don't they get paid by target? Stacked up. I'm taking shrapnel. I lost engine power. Some peacekeepers spoke about a pilot like this. It might be him up there. Monarch, you've got a good lock. Ground target destroyed.
Won't lock on there. No. See, you won't lock on. Lock on to what I want you to lock on to. Thank you.
How are you still flying, Monarch?
What? Alright, nighty night. Nighty night, Needlack. Nice to see you again. That shouldn't have hit me. That was BS. I don't think I'm gonna make it through this now. I've taken too much damage already. We're gonna keep pushing, but... I don't have high hopes anymore.
Hitman 1 locked on.
Come on, lock onto this one. Thank you.
Hitman 1, good zone. Right on target.
Okay.
Monarch Fox 3.
Get them both, please. Really need them both here. Oh, thank you.
Enemy down, good job.
Give me a missile. Thank you. Got him, okay.
Ground unit knocked out. Keep them guessing. Radar lock, take him down.
I can't afford that.
Monarch ready to fire. Monarch, you've got a good lock. Positive tone. Nice shot.
Give me a second, log on.
Hitman 1 locked on. Missile away. Ground target destroyed.
Miss. Man, I got so much to go still. This should almost just crash. Get my life back. Start over.
Missile away, begin radar tracking. Monarch's gone.
Or just fly into a mountain. I could be using my SAAs to take out the initial ships from range.